Hey there, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the channel. I'm Argent Leo, and tonight we continue our playthrough of Eternal Strands. So we're going to carry on in about a minute. Just gonna move my big head. So guys, this is what my armor looks like in my build. Pretty fancy, pretty good. So I'm back again. Alright guys, so what we need to do is, we can get out of here. We need to look for information around the bastion, and that is related to the asylum. So we've actually located a new area in the bastion. The bastion has a lower bastion. Yep, believe it or not. How you get there is unbelievable. But you guys are gonna see in this game how you get there. So now we've got the bastion, we've got the lower Devron, the upper Devron. So now we're going to go to the bastion, and then we're going to go to, I think the bunker is the quickest way. Okay, the bunker is actually the lower bastion. If we go to the officer's gate, then we're going to end up in the middle of the map. We don't want that, because to get down to the bastion, you got to go to the garrison. So let's go to the garrison bunker. I think there are actually other bunkers across the map, but we actually need to figure out from the garrison the garrison bunker exactly what to do. So, okay, they put the monsters back. So guys, I've actually got a new weapon. What is samurai? That's my new weapon. I don't know why it is so cold here, but okay, let's get rid of these. I think I should actually bust them, because they do give you black ice or something like that. But no, they're not. They're just killing me. Okay, I've got this as well. Can you help us out of it? No idea why it's so cold here. It wasn't so cold earlier. Some more ice over here. So actually earlier when I got here, it was like summer. Now it's like winter. Let's take care of all of this. He has got pyro abilities now. And wow, that item over there does an extremely funny thing. These are experimental items, and if you hit this thing, it throws you away. Oh, gives you full life. Or did I do that? No. Okay, there was probably life in there. Okay, so not so cold in here anymore. So sure if we're actually scorching the place. Oh yeah, we are. We're scorching the place. Okay, there's some things that just don't cool off. It's alright, we've got one loom gate over here. And we've got this area. So guys, I've recently discovered that this place has got lifts. And okay, you do need to have this power here in order to activate the lifts. So guys, I like the game. The game is actually quite an interesting game to play, but some of the stuff doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense enough not to give you a hint, you know? There's lots of things that don't have hints in them, and well, that will force you to actually look for help. I didn't get any help with this, but I mean, there should have been a hint for this particular portion of the game. Oh man, I can actually not afford to use ice because I'm going to freeze. But I got this thing. But they attack me from both sides. How are you gonna attack me from both sides now? Ninnies? How do you get through my shield, guy? I'm shielding. I guess the whole map is gonna look like this. I'm actually running around with fire resistant gear. This is how you get down with these lefts. And then we've got the loom gate here. Just want to see how this loom gate travels us. The bastion. Okay. Alright, you know what? Let's walk. I'm not sure if us moving around in the top levels is gonna work out, but we'll see. If it doesn't, then we're gonna have to bail and play this level in a different time. Wow. She's not doing well. It was cold. Okay, at least we know that there are left areas, so there is an item in here. Yep, you see it down there? Going to have to fight them with this. This my guy isn't gonna be very happy. Okay. We can say that's maybe a little overkill. Right, so we gotta get down there. Okay, so this is how we get down. I just hope I don't have to fight a monster while I'm here. Like this isn't something that a person will easily figure out, you know? I just saw the thing there, I tried to chop it, I saw it didn't chop, and then this looked like it could do something, so I burned the thing and then it turned into an elevator. But I mean, like, really, we should get a hint. Like, even if they say elevator, you know, if they write the, like, elevator, that could help you. The rest you'll figure out. Then you know, okay, this is an elevator. But figuring out it's an elevator because certain things didn't get destroyed, I mean, and that's not something an average person that doesn't play games is not going to be is going to be able to figure out in a hurry. And then, you know, you wonder why some streamers make more money than game developers. Not me, but I mean, you wonder why that's the case. I've got wishes for that. Probably jinx myself by saying what I just did. But anyway, it is what it is. I mean, this is nice, but the way you gotta figure it out, it's over the top. Okay. Too easy. Okay. Yeah, it was not what I was supposed to. You see, like this, now I'm figuring this out. You see? Because I can now understand the mechanism behind it, but still too over the top, not giving players a hint.
Found a key swatch. There's a note with it. It says, "Commander, it's ready. Use the harness to execute Asylum."
Another key swatch. Wonder if it will lead us to whatever the harness is.
Only one way to find out. With the documents you found in the Bastion already, wherever that key swatch leads must be a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I'll use it when I'm ready then.
Oh, nice. Those look like real armor. Like wrecking everything. Kill their monsters. We set fire to their buildings. Okay, these guys are currently in hiding. Prototype. Oh, those are the ones that are sabotage actually. Guys, we basically beat this level. Visit the unknown key swatch test. The unknown key swatch destination. Son of a gun. Okay, let's go and look for it. Like you see something like this, the key unknown key swatch destination. There are 6 maps, I think, if I'm counting right. But I mean, there's a number of different maps. And how will you know where to use this thing? I can see people stop playing because it's not fun like playing a guessing game where you don't get hints and you don't get clues and you gotta scour. Hello? Okay. You too, not now, man. So guys, I like this game. I like the art style. I like the story. But what I don't like is endless running around in circles without clues. Oh yeah, yeah. But we'll play the game. The end. Looks like there's something behind you. No, something's gonna attack me here. In battle. Oh. Big robots. Nice. Back shot. Okay. So basically, the garrison area is now done. So probably we've got another lift in the outlook area. Dragon. I haven't harvested the dragon as yet. But I really don't want to fight him right now. If he attacks me, I'm gonna fight him, otherwise I really don't want to fight him right now. Good. That's your first and last warning. There should be something to open these doors. Can't see so nicely. Maybe the fire. Oh, wrong. Good. Maybe the forge. Didn't realize it was a white wolf dog. It seems as if the areas somehow linked underground. The gate, but maybe an elevator. Thing is, if you're not looking for something, you won't. Because now these things could be activated in a different way. Oh shoot. So things like this here. That powers something. What it powers, we don't know. Probably, possibly just the gate. And I'm not sure if that counts as a fine. Let's see. So glad that worked. He's got an insane upper body strength. This looks like a door. Oh, you caught me right on. It's actually perfect timing. You know, of a door down there. Go down there. Visit the unknown keys watch destination. This is the unknown keys watch destination that I need to search almost 6 maps to find, which is, it's ridiculous. But at least we know that the Devron, the upper and lower Devron was the last place that these people were seen. Oh, as that is. Is he limping? So I will make my way to Atrium of Champions. Start there. think the bird is here. Don't you miss? Lord. Wrong way. Okay. Put it. You see, this doesn't make sense. So I actually fell on this loom gate because I figured that this was the last place that those hither-siders were seen. And because it's the progression of the game, so that's why I assumed that it would be in this area. But yeah, not cool that we don't get some sort of a clue that where it goes. Doesn't make sense. So okay. The acorns here. Okay, but before I go there, I'd like to upgrade my armor, so this should be active from all loom gates. So that's where we'll go first. So I'm thinking this is the end of the game. I'm thinking that's the last area. So hopefully this is the last that she'll need. It just wants me to bring a wood over.
This is really bad. Should have been faster.
You good, Kaz?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, she's okay. It's fine. Okay, so these are actually the strongest ones that we've got. So before we activate those, we're going to crush these. Just so we can get the strongest version. Dismantle these. And more. Looks like in neutral. Alright. See if we can upgrade that helmet.
fit for a point.
Visit the key swatch destination. Let's go. So we're visiting it, but don't know what to do there. The luminous.
Where am I? Underground.
That barrier almost looks like the veil.
And the panel looks like our scry. Anyone know what it is?
No idea.
Similar design to a scry, but it looks like it's a permanent installation. Like it interfaces with the room. Could this be the harness?
Must be. It seems like Asylum involved sealing away whatever's beyond this barrier.
With this discovery and everything else you found, I should be able to piece together what Asylum actually was.
Let's go back to Leon. Now we know where this thing goes to. Codex. It is well documented that across the Maida, the surge was catastrophic. However, primary documents found within the bastion are the first to shed light on what those impacts may have been behind the Enclave veil. The minutes of a war room meeting among the Enclave's highest ranking military officials dated in 1020 indicated that following the surge, casualties plagued for a while before beginning to rise again sometime around 1015. Okay, anyway, go with it. Time is moving forward. 5 years later, at the time of the aforementioned meeting, the casualty rate was high enough that the remaining weavers were in danger of being overcome entirely. The exact cause of these casualties is inconclusive. It's not difficult to hazard a guess that the same natural disaster that ravaged parts of Maida following the surge would have played a factor in the Heathersiders' deterioration inside the veil. Our points, explorations comprehensively demonstrates the Enclave's landscape and settlements have been torn apart by earthquakes, and its extreme weather fluctuations frequently render its environments inhospitable. In addition, the danger of wild creatures clearly intensified the longer they were exposed to raw magic in the wake of the surge. These varied threats would undoubtedly result in casualties within a long-suffering population. In addition to this, a research paper was found within a military workshop for enchanters, dated in 1010 and titled Observing Arc Degradation. Okay, Arc Degradation. This paper raises another theory that perhaps the Ark's hostility had contributed to the survivors' rise in casualties. Initially, our band had pondered the question of whether the Ark's hostility was an act of defense from the surviving weavers here. This paper proves otherwise. It would appear that there was an unexpected normal amount of behavioral degradation, according to the Enclave's head of defensive weaving, Cornelius Trad. However, over the course of the following 10 years, the Ark began turning against their own creators until all had become hostile. By 1010, Trad believes that something sinister was at play. Noting this was far more than a repair malfunction. To summarize, it is difficult to conclude with certainty which of, if any, of these factors are what led to the devastating casualties among the survivors. This is in large part due to the mass censorship ordered by the Enclave's highest-ranking official, the Eye. Thus, most of the records were found pertaining to the rise in casualties are heavily redacted. However, the letter to the Bastion commander, Standel, I think we'll go with Standel, expressed concern that details of this crisis were being leaked to a dissenting group of civilians who might aspire to thwart Asylum. This detail allowed us to tighten the scope of our search significantly. So what was Asylum? We can say with certainty that Asylum was a defensive measure that was enacted in 2020 Deciders. It would be easy to conclude that the surviving population of the Enclave was sealed inside the barrier for safekeeping from various threats that escalated following the surge. It is important to note that there is no solid evidence to confirm this. This could be due to the fact that the Asylum was a covert military operation, and thus the Enclave took care not to document the location of their safe haven. That would be a reasonable estimation, but it is important to note that this is pure speculation until we have further proof of what Asylum's barrier contains. Now what?
Years after the surge, there was an inexplicable spike in casualties.
You don't think it's due to the Arks going hostile?
Well, that may be part of it, but we can't be certain due to the information blackout. All we know is that it nearly wiped the Hearthsiders out.
Hearthsiders.
What seems to have saved them was Asylum's execution, a defensive measure that involved sealing the underground behind a magical barrier.
Almost like the Veil.
Exactly like the Veil.
Sounds like I still have more exploring to do. Move on.
This is all interesting, but I'm not sure where it'll lead us.
Further exploration of Denevran is required. It might be an abandoned city, but it's still a city. But Bryn, there's one more thing.
What is it?
You want something?
The barrier. It's exactly like the Veil.
Yes, you said that already.
No, what I mean is, the raw magic that off-gasses from the Veil is what causes the tangles to cluster at its base. In speaking with Dharm, we theorized that this second barrier could potentially be doing the same thing. Except in a more pressurized environment, like, say, within a barrier of kinetic magic.
It's causing the floods of miasma.
We believe so, yes.
So if we removed Asylum's barrier, we could stop the flood.
Possibly.
Or make it worse.
I guess I need to find a way to break through Asylum.
Agreed.
Okay. Search the records in the spire in the upper Devran for the owner of the Maker's Sigil. You see, this is fine. Now we know at least where we're going. Upper Devran. We can come out to it. What's the point then? Sounds like the dragon is here. And he was full of it.
Back in the spire. Let's see if we can find a registry of Maker's sigils.
There's something. Oh, this guy is X. He's... His arrows are so strong. They break the ground. What?
This looks like some kind of evacuation plan. Doing their research before enacting asylum, I'd wager.
Looks like there's two places going to be interesting here. Overkill. let go, you're gonna die. Okay.
Tables with assets listed. Looks like a tabulation of supply levels. Too new to be from before the surge. According to these dates, they stayed in Denethor for years afterwards. Just some birth records. Surprisingly detailed.
Invaluable. We'll have to make sure Lane adds them to our archive later.
Here we go. Sigils. Up. Found it. Our creator is listed here as Lucia de Crassus. 2 registered workshops, both council approved for dangerous materials. She must have had some pull before the surge. One is here in the city. Wait. That's where I found on the workings of Archons.
By one L. de Crassus, in fact.
And I didn't see much else of note there. So I'd say we can tick that box. And the other... let's see. I've been there. That frozen town out in Dredger's Mire. Better wear something warm.
I think it's important we run this one down, Bryn. The water clock is dripping.
Mine.
It's going to look great.
Nice to work on something a little lighter every once in a while.
Maybe then it's gonna be optimized for strength. Search Lucia's workshops and pull the veil in. It's facing the right way. Let's see if they'll pull me. No. Falling. Home. But it is definitely one of our...
That aerolith can influence the weather. Almost certainly why things are frozen over.
Malfunctioning then.
Indisputably. The ice buildup must be causing a cyclical localized reaction.
Sure. I'll take care of it.
Good idea. Swampy environs and intense cold is bad even for Enclave parchment. Best to lower the risk.
All right.
There. Already warming up. Hope I didn't damage the priceless artifact too much.
Can't make an omelette, as they say.
A lot of notes here. Water damage from the cold and melt, though. Let's see. Materials. Huh. That's how you visualize a pattern. Lots of marginal notes. These have to be from Lucia. Ah. She mentions a flood in the later passages.
Sev and I will look at these together with her book then. See what we can learn in context. As Aurea says, candle is burning on our flood problem.
Okay, let's go and consult with Dom.
Any luck with the materials we gathered from Lucia's workshops?
Yes. I'll let Sev fill you in. We started with the book, which was painfully dry and highly theoretical. Unsurprising. The Enclave was notoriously tight-lipped about the construction of the arcs.
The book was still useful, as it contained a number of craft-specific terms, shorthands and annotations. All critical. Referencing the book clarified the notes.
Without it, they bordered on deranged rant, especially at the end.
Sort of a window into her thinking.
We suspect Lucia spent a long time in isolation while working on these.
She covered many topics, but the most prominent was her work into the Flood.
Nothing matters compared to our survival. Focus on the Flood.
I'm sure her work was interesting. But eyes on the prize, gentlemen. What did we learn about the Floods? Does she have an answer for us?
Partially. This is the design.
Her research led her to one conclusion: to stop the Floods. She needed to disrupt a barrier of some sort.
This confirms our theory from earlier. She's talking about the barrier established by Asylum.
Her design is detailed and specific. The device it would create inverts the flow of magic in enchanted objects, disrupting them for a time.
We think the devices we found on the Arks were prototypes, small experiments to determine efficacy and duration.
So what's the catch? If the Floods are still happening, clearly she didn't build one.
Lucia's thimble, as she calls it, requires some highly specialized components. It has to withstand considerable magical flow, far more than what's produced by an Ark.
It's like how mass scales exponentially. Just because you can build a scale model of an aqueduct doesn't mean the real thing can support its own weight.
If, and it is a very big if, we could find those components, we could construct Lucia's thimble. We have the expertise.
We'll find them. It's just a matter of time.
I only hope we have enough.
The other thing we'll need is a source of magical flame. Solar's mantle won't be enough by itself.
I can handle that part easily. Okay, so we have clear next steps. Just one more thing. What happened to Lucia?
The Flood. Our best guess, at any rate. There's no sign of her.
Recover samples of ciphered writing from the supply drops. Then assemble the runner's cipher codex with the end. Proof of concept. Okay.
I am going to be poring through Lucia's notes for years.
Fascinating stuff.
Perhaps not to everyone, but she was a brilliant enchanter. It's not often I read a marginal comment accompanied with a lewd doodle and go, flames, that's brilliant.
Okay, let's see what they all have to say. Okay, Lucia's thimble, custom designed and somewhat volatile enchantment device for disabling the asylum barrier. Ray pots, flame resonance. Flame resonance.
I keep thinking about how angry those notes were.
Lucia's?
Yes. The tone was acidic, and she clearly felt she'd been betrayed. Not in the general sense. It was personal. I just wish she'd been more clear about by whom.
Recover samples of cipher writings from the supply drops and assemble the runners. Codex would lead. Here we go. Okay, tattered mantle, three sisters, and I think that one. Okay, let's see if I'm right. Oh no, I didn't change the... But we're not gonna fight. See if I'm right. Oh, there's one in the market. Looking for the statues, yes? Search for 2 more supply drops in Hello Pry Rise in Upper Denron. Okay, we know where those are, so let's go there. Hello Pry Rise. What there was in Aeron Market. And so we need to find something at Aluspire. Aluspire, right? So I guess we're up there. Just trying to get there without getting into too many fights. But absolutely nonsense. It's sword and shield. Okay. About the ledge. Let's see. Oh, you just want to fight the world, buddy. Prioritizing. Tough. It's a tough, man. What the heck? When do they move like that? Is Yeah. Oh, you know that animation. Okay, at least we're in the right place. Below us. Okay, so it's below us. We need to go through the floor. Come on. That's what. Don't know. Didn't work. That's where we need to get to. There is something over there. It has got nothing to do with what we're doing. Wow. The arrow's still in her neck. Okay, so there's an elevator in this area. Could be there. Hmm? Possibly that door will open. No. Not even there. Dude, I'm busy. Okay, at least we know there are those things around. That's promising. I'm busy. Just say what I need now is to fight the monster.
Should be.
Good steps. This is only one.
Let's see. Supplies. That's good. More orders. Huh.
What's up?
Drops will be assigned to specific teams. and tracked individually to deal with recent concerns.
That's boss talk for we're watching you because someone had their hand in the cookie jar. That's all of them.
3 supply drops. Not a lot of answers.
I believe I can help with that.
Okay, I think I gotta go back now. Okay, the runner cipher. Encryption is always a delicate balance between odds of discovery, intensity and encryption, and circumstance of discovery. Our runners, apparently recognizing the odds of discovery were low and having to pass messages out in the field, opted for a reasonably simple rotational cipher. Perhaps it was one they learned as children and repurposed to communicate it in a way the Enclave leadership wouldn't find Big Latin. Okay, I never learned it. Well, the notes use considerable shorthand. Taken together, they make it clear that not all is well with the Hardsiders. Suspicions were running high, and supply acquisition seemed to have become steadily more dangerous over time. Okay.
Yes, and if the R is with the numbers of false increment that just indicates spaces. Ah!
Got it?
Yes. I'll translate all that we have and we can discuss it with Casmin.
Good stuff, Lane. We need all the information we can get.
And valuable insight into post-surge society that developed here.
It's complete.
Well, Codebreakers, how are we feeling?
Satisfied. We have enjoyed reasonable success.
That's Lane's way of saying they crushed it.
Notes being passed between a brother and sister, quite candid, and dissatisfied. In particular with their boss, who they refer to as the Grumple.
Grumple.
The Grumple?
A Renlund myth, where ill-behaved children would be gathered up in a sack and tossed into the river to drown at the end of the year.
Bye.
The Grumple, yes. Renlund fables prominently featured drowning as a punishment for children. The myth has fallen out of favor in recent decades, though. Ren society is less forgiving of flights of fancy.
The Grumple. Really?
Really.
Moving swiftly on. What else did the drop say?
Remember that ominous note about tracking individually in specific teams?
From the context provided by our hauler, we now know a significant number of Hearthsiders survived the surge.
But only just surviving. They relied on the runner-hauler teams. But supplies consistently went missing. There is also a sense that the Enclave was getting increasingly dangerous for the Scouts.
The floods, of course.
With supplies running thin, the supply teams were falling under suspicion of stealing.
This pair responded with the entirely reasonable, if exhausting, plan of overperforming.
I've done that job, Lane. Sometimes you just need to prove the ass in charge wrong.
Do we know if they turned it in?
No, but we know what it was. Or is.
And that's where I come in.
Search for the large cache below the tattered mantle in lower Dayron. Change my armor. I need to pose for the thumbnail. Okay. See if we can upgrade this. Oh! We got a new weapon. Oh, and we can build this thing. No, we don't. 45 power. Okay, they all have 45 power. Don't build this right now, but this is the ice weapon. But we don't need it right now. Oh, let's see if we can upgrade the current armor. Weapon. Okay. Oh, let's give me upgrade.
Good balance of protection and mobility.
What are we doing here? Going to update the item. Oh, we're going to the tattered mantle in lower data. Okay, so we'll go to the perch there. You see, these kind of instructions are fine, but the instruction that we got, like 2 instructions before this one, I could see where a person could actually be confused about whether the mission was complete or not. I do like this game, but they need to be a little bit more specific, especially when you're giving instructions on completing a mission. A little bit more confirmation that the mission is actually complete. Oh, okay. Below me. You okay in there? ceiling. That is. Okay, nice. So come on. There's a cave. And the thing is here. Like there's a cave down there, but I doubt it. I've been in the cave. Been in there and it stopped. Okay, put stuff in it now. Okay, let's see what they got to say.
Wow.
Everything all right?
Yeah. There's just so much. Oh. And a letter. Encoded like the others.
Can't wait to work it out.
Yeah, I want to fight whatever's here. Bud. Harvested the bud. Okay, the reason why I don't want to do the same features again. Okay. No, I did actually. It helps. It's too much. Like I may have to beat it up a little bit. Dude! Thank you. No. Come on.
Hold on.
Oh, that it died also. So yeah. I've got to aim with my right thumbstick and it's just not possible. Don't have enough fingers to harvest from that thing. Be cool if it harvested flight. Where did I fight it? Can't still be alive. Yeah, the thing is freaking insane. It's still alive. Oh, that's something else. It's not blue. Alien the ice glow. it is blue.
will be useful.
We're gone. Not easy. Dropping.
So, the letter. I'm prepared for bad news.
How did you know?
They were collecting supplies for other survivors. We know someone is out there. The supplies never made it to them. That, and the tear stains.
Is that what that was? Yes, well, there's a lot to cover. We have the cache itself and our scrounging siblings.
We should at least give you the high-level details on both. Where do you want to start?
I want to know more about the cache. Ask what they've learned.
Talk to me about the supplies.
They did astonishing work. If I weren't sure they're both gone, I'd hire them.
Indeed, a robust collection, including several enchanted objects we barely recognize.
They had a keen eye for things that could decay and took care to preserve them.
You two sound giddy.
If there's one thing Lane and I are passionate about, it's preservation of rare objects.
That's enough about cache. Move on.
That's enough about the cache.
Sure.
I want to know more about the cache. I know this is going to be said. Ask about the siblings.
What did the final note say?
Yes, right. It was a farewell. One sibling disappeared. The runner.
I thought the runner of the pair was the one we found.
So did we. But this last message was a farewell to his sister. Apparently the Grumpole
Really?
And so our hauler left this farewell, hoping his sister might find it on the off chance she was alive.
He was going to remove all their other messages so their plan wouldn't be found out.
We postulate he was on his way to do that when...
When the flood caught him.
These people, however many are left, they've really been through it.
They might really need our help.
They're still organized and have a command structure, but it sounds dysfunctional.
That's all I need to know about the siblings. Change the subject.
Let's move on to something else.
Of course.
I've heard enough about the wrap. Wrap this up with their final thoughts.
So, where do we go from here?
Good news. We compared notes with Dom. We found parts that will let us complete Lucia's thimble from those schematics you decoded.
It has been a busy time. Solar will handle the assembly, of course.
Okay, at least they found the stuff.
I suppose the only other thing to say is, good job, Bryn.
Indeed. We have made progress in unraveling the shape of what the post-Surge society looks like in the Enclave. Further, these documents are invaluable to the historical record.
And maybe you put a couple souls to rest. Not to...
All right. Let's go over everything we know so far.
We know that, for a time after the Surge, civilians continued to live in Tenebron until they were forced to evacuate the city. We're still not sure the cause.
Wherever the Hearthsiders went, they're still actively sending scouting groups to scavenge for supplies. From the uniform, the creeper who was watching Bryn sleep belongs to one of these groups.
We also know that a defensive procedure codenamed Asylum sealed access to the Enclave underground. This was done using a barrier almost exactly like the Veil.
Lucia, an ex-High Enchantress, opposed Asylum and began working on ways to sabotage it.
Her research forecasted that the barrier would cause the Enclave to flood with miasma. The very same flood that seems to have killed Lucia before she was able to finish her thimble.
But we have her design. It could disrupt Asylum's barrier.
So Lucia's thimble is the key to our survival.
It's less a key and more like a magical battering ram.
Whatever works.
What is it, Lane?
It's just... I've pored over all the documents we've compiled, and a concrete link between the evacuation plan and the underground is nowhere to be found. I can't shake the feeling we're missing something.
There was an information blackout. Wonder that's why the link is missing. Wonder if that's why the link is missing. Okay, so there was an information blackout. So wonder that's why the link is missing. If that's why
The Enclave destroyed a lot of information from their documents. Could that be why you can't find a link between Asylum and the evacuation?
I considered that. The Enclave may have hidden their location from Lucia.
Being a weaver isn't about being certain all the time. It's about taking calculated risks to carve a path forward. And regardless of the Hearthsider's location, disrupting the barrier is the only option to stop the flood.
You're right. I just hope that if we did miss something, it doesn't come back to bite us.
Even if it does, we will handle it.
That settles it. Bryn, it's time to use the thimble.
Okay, so we're finally going to the new location. See if we can upgrade anything. Custom design. What are we missing? We need to talk to her first. Okay.
You know, there's one silver lining to the sad tale of our deceased runners.
What's that?
We know the Hearthsiders still have some advanced production capabilities. The materials they were gathering don't have much use for basic survival. Therefore, weapons, armor, and enchantments.
Any concerns about us claiming them?
None. They've been there long enough. Scavenger etiquette applies. These kinds of materials are too rare to let go to waste.
Custom design and somewhat volatile enchantment device for disabling the asylum barrier. So use which resources? Okay, not letting me. Okay. Alright. There should be enough. I gave enough wood. Give him more wood. How much wood she wants. I suppose the wood was actually to okay, let's talk to her first. To increase that
Our
cash
supply
amount.
runners might be why there are so many crates gathered around the city.
Why do they reappear, though?
Dom and I have a theory. The arcs might still be partially functioning.
So, when they're not trying to kill me, they tidy up the place?
Like I said, a theory. But that was a big part of what they were built to do.
Oh, what should I did? I shouldn't have done her first. We did the upgrade station. Done her first. Let's upgrade and build that thing and then do the other thing. Not allowing me to do it.
Mobility is key when fighting an Ice Claw. Get on it and take away its ability to rain those frost shards down on you.
Dead. Must say this game is actually quite long. Much longer than I expected.
Shame
This guy
to
can
lose
talk.
such prodigious runners. They were really very good.
The Hearthsiders have had it harder than any of us expected.
Indeed. We shan't let their efforts go to waste. Lucia's thimble is within our reach thanks to them.
I saw to be. Why don't I have? Define serenity. Okay. Oh, I don't have. I don't have. So we just need two. We're still going to find another two monsters that we've not fought as yet. I hope one of them helps you fly. These guys carry serenity. So It's the wrong one. It needs to be refined. Oh, you guys around here. It's not refined. So, looking for refined serenity. Come on. Find serenity. Oh, let go. Let go. You're dying. I don't think I'm going to get it because of the diamond. Basically, we'll find it in a hot place. Maybe. Okay, we are. It's hot. Let's try. Basically looking for red stones. This one. Usually you get it in here, I don't know. Maybe because of the climate we might get it now. Almost serenity. Serenite. Previously find serenite. man. Have these guys. Let's check him. Ah, okay. What I need. I need two guys. Okay. We're good, man. We're good, we're good, we're good. Okay, cool. At least we found that.
Thank you for your help with that, Bryn. You've a deft hand for flame magic. You can wear Sev's apprentice hat for one day. Also, Lucia knew what she was doing. This thimble was clearly designed to pair seamlessly with Enclave constructions.
Must be her experience as a high enchantress at work.
Based on Lucia's notes and what we discovered at the Bastion, this was custom designed to disrupt Asylum's barrier.
If it can stop the flood, we need to use it soon.
Agreed. We don't know how much time we have left.
Wait. The CS thimble, custom design and somewhat volatile enchanted device for disabling the asylum barrier. Okay, so we're going there.
The half-siders are scavenging their own city. Things must be dire.
I'm worried about them after that particular discovery.
You've a kind heart, Bryn. Though I'll stick to worrying about us, if you don't mind.
Any chance you're familiar with the...
Right, guys, we've been playing for 3 hours. I just want to get a get something to drink, and then we'll carry on. I'll be 1 minute. Guys, I'll be back in 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Guys, we're going to continue in a minute. We're going to continue in a minute. Tinted. Alright, so now we're going to Akon's Heart, which is... I think it's the final map. But we still gotta fight 2 beasts, so... maybe, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they all, like all the beasts in the game are running around here. But there's 2 variations of the bird.
That console that looks like our scry should be the controls for the barrier. The thimble was built to interface with it.
Time to disrupt Asylum. Great timing. I owe you one.
You need to come with me. All of you.
I messed up. Scared to even try and pronounce it.
We mustn't cause a panic.
Sure. It's not like we had a dire supplies shortage on our hands before this happened.
What do I tell the High Enchanter? The Guild will want...
Enough. We won't discuss this further. Not in front of our guests. Identify yourselves.
Aurea Harpene, or Silverbeak, as I'm known among Weaver circles. This is my band, and beside me is our acting point.
Bryn. And you are?
Khan Stuneld, Eye of the Enclave. My colleagues are the Spindle and the Axle, representatives of the Enchanting and Crafting Guilds. Who sent you?
Sent us?
Taza? Renland? Udea? The Enclave is the envy of the Maida for its magical prowess. Clearly one of those nations has finally grown a spine and decided to take it for themselves in our moment of weakness.
Moment.
No one sent us. We came here by accident.
What kind of fool do you take me for? You expect me to believe that you bypassed our veil, infiltrated our loom gates, and breached asylum without a national power backing you?
Yep.
When you put it that way.
This is a misunderstanding. We're weavers, like you. There was a brief opportunity to enter the Enclave for the first time in decades, and we took it. Everything we've done since we arrived has been to uncover what happened here after the Surge, and to find you.
If that is true, have you really no inkling of the trouble you've caused?
No.
Your reckless conduct has unleashed an enemy that nearly destroyed us 27 years ago.
The Surgeborn. They first appeared a little over a decade after the Veil went up.
Where did they come from?
No one knows. But they arrived in the underworks before making their way to the surface.
Where they left a trail of destruction in their wake and wreaked havoc on the Enclave.
Causing casualties to rise.
And until now.
They knew we were here. Wonder why the Outsiders didn't intervene sooner.
We've been here a little while now. Don't you think all of this could have been avoided if you'd properly said hello?
She's right.
This is hardly our fault.
Look, Surgeborn or not, we had no choice but to remove the barrier. Though, I suppose we owe you thanks for warning us about the floods.
Who warned you?
You did.
Did we? I'll deal with you later.
While we can agree Arakim breached no-contact protocol, it has proven to be the right decision. The floods were growing worse, and now they have stopped. Even if fixing them has introduced a new problem.
One my band would be more than happy to help you solve.
Ha! Work together!
Sorry to interrupt, but you mentioned your last name earlier. Any relation to Shireen Harpenay?
She was my mother. You know who she is?
Of course! I mean, before my time, obviously, but she's still renowned in the Enchanting Guild. Her work is remarkable. There's a statue of her in Denevron, you know?
Oh. I can't believe she didn't mention that.
There is so much I'd love to ask you, but for now, Aurea comes from a long bloodline of outstanding and renowned weavers. Shouldn't that buy her band some grace?
Your presence in the outskirts will be tolerated. Nothing more.
What about the Surgeborn?
What about them?
Shouldn't we work together to deal with them?
We could use the help.
The Surgeborn are a problem for anyone in the outskirts, not us. Cassidon's Hold is a fortress.
The scouts do head into the outskirts to scavenge for supplies.
We'll take our own precautions. Speaking of, we have pressing matters to attend to.
But...
Enough! My word is final.
Bryn, the one that led us here is clearly the one that warned us. Try to talk to him before we leave. Maybe he's willing to work with us.
Will do. Hey, Arakim, was it?
Oh, just call me Arik.
Well, Arik, I never got a chance to thank you. You know, for grabbing me before I fell to my death.
I think you had it. Besides, I couldn't let you plummet into a chasm. The Eye is pretty peeved with me, but hey, that's just a bonus.
This is a warm response. Find out what he wants to know about me.
You seem awfully trusting of us, considering the terrible first impression we've made.
Well, I was spying on you the first time we met, so let's call it even.
Sure. Maybe you know everything already then, but have you got any questions for me?
Just one. Why are you here?
The world needs the Enclave. Tell me, I hope to bring down the veil. Tell him, I hope to bring down the veil.
Decades of war across the Maida followed after the Surge. Magic and Weavers were blamed for all of it. Without the Enclave as a stabilizing force, it's as if the world outside has splintered into factions, divided by chaos and fear. Not to mention the lands surrounding the Veil are completely shrouded in tangles. I'm here to bring down the Veil, and play a small part in restoring the Maida Basin to what it was before the Surge.
Wow, that's a big picture vision if I ever heard one. If that's truly what you want, then dealing with the Surgeborn is the first step. Ever since the Veil went up, our people have been in crisis. They've spent so long in it, they're afraid to do what it takes to get out. It doesn't help that some have benefited off that same crisis.
Who?
Who always benefits? The very top. Our leaders are too preoccupied with their own concerns to form a unified front against the Surgeborn.
Such as?
The Spindle is obsessed with getting the Arcs functional again. She believes that will help us regain control. And the Axle is too stressed about our supply shortage right now. But if their concerns were handled, they could pressure the Eye to finally address the Surgeborn.
That sounds like an opportunity. And are you a representative yourself? Do you have sway?
Representative, yes. Sway? No. I represent the Scouts, meaning I'm at the meetings, but I don't have the title to back me up. The Scouts were once points like you, but our role has changed since the Veil went up. We were effectively drafted into scavenging for food and supplies. It made sense following the Surge, but it's been years. Recently, we've even been separated from Cassidon's hold and the remaining civilians. Anyway, it's the guild leaders who will need to pressure Khan Stanild into dealing with the Surgeborn. Which is what needs to happen before we can even think about tackling the Veil.
Sounds like I've got some palms to grease.
Yuck. But yes. I'll come by your camp later. We'll be able to speak more freely there.
What is that about?
The Eye isn't one for idle chit-chat. That's worth watching.
Talk to you back at our camp.
You got it.
Seth, you all right?
No. I mean, yes. I'm fine.
You sure?
Rin, the rest of us are heading out. See you back at camp.
I got to go.
So, you.
Me?
The one causing trouble. The one poking into corners. The one who hasn't the good sense to leave well enough alone.
Had you allowed Arakim to reach out to us sooner, this could have been avoided.
Arakim has a proven record of poor judgment on matters of protocol. I will not be lectured by the person who put us all at risk on how best to handle our security. But I'm being impolite. Let us start afresh, shall we? Please, share what you hope to accomplish by loitering around the hold.
Loss of knowledge concerning Tellem, I hope to preserve what I can.
Still, there is history and expertise to be found here. Even if it takes our band ages to piece it together, it's worth restoring.
I shudder to think we have disappointed the cart pullers out there selling our collective skills like mercenaries. Perhaps they could write us a sternly worded letter. Still, your point is well made. Much was lost in the surge and very little has been recovered. Though I look forward to seeing what knowledge outsiders can recover that the Enclave's leading enchanters cannot.
Like it or not, I'm here to help.
The Enclave stands on a blade's edge. Stretch our resources too thin on risky ventures and we face collapse. Certain elements of our population call for action, for bold purpose. And I ask you, what purpose is bolder than survival?
Well,
purely rhetorical. We must survive, and we must make considered, careful moves if we are to do so. There is no sacrifice too great towards that goal. You, at least, understand the precarity of our situation. Now understand the necessity of our caution.
I do, but...
Thank you for your time. You may go.
But...
You may go.
Okay.
Need I remind you that your access to Cassidon's hold is restricted?
Oh. I didn't mean to intrude.
You would do well to mind yourself, newcomer. Or risk losing the privilege of coming to Cassidon's hold entirely.
Let's talk in your camp. I can...
Excuse me, but Arakim mentioned you're the Spindle, a leading representative for the High Arcanists.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
We wanted to formally introduce ourselves. I'm Aurea, as you know. This is Darm, our enchanter, and Bryn, our acting point.
We didn't catch your name earlier. Khan?
Just call me Isla. Is there something I can help you with?
We'd actually like to help you. Apparently you want to restore the Arks.
Shh! Not so loud. Sorry, that sounds wonderful, but the Eye won't be happy about us collaborating.
No harm in working together. Wonder why the Eye would be upset.
Pooling resources and sharing knowledge is hardly a bad thing. Why would the Eye be upset about us trying to help you?
It's complicated. Anyway, I do want to fix the Arks. More than anything. I just need you to be quiet about it.
Okay. We'll try, but forgive us if our excitement bubbles over and we forget.
It's Darm. He's the one that might forget.
We know that the Arks began malfunctioning after the surge. A select few were even sabotaged. Any idea on what caused the other malfunctions?
Some theories, but nothing solid. Anyone who knew how to create Arks, let alone fix them, died before I was born. I've tinkered with an inactive arc that's lying near the Grand Gate, but it would make a world of difference if I could study a resonance that was freshly harvested from a great arc's pattern.
Consider it done.
You sure about this, Bryn? I know you've defeated a great Archon before, but harvesting one is another matter.
For our new friend, I'll make it happen.
If you're sure, I certainly would appreciate it. With discretion, of course.
Right.
We've been talking a while. You'd better go. Before Asylum, all the loom gates were reset so that the Surgeborn couldn't use them to continue spreading. How did you reconnect to the city?
We tracked down a key swatch to Denevron. Found it in the mayor's home in Poldervale.
Your band is quite resourceful.
We'd have a lot in common with Dom. Suggest the two of them speak.
Dom loves discussing magical theory. He would be thrilled to speak with the Enclave's leading enchantress.
That is tempting. But the Eye wouldn't be pleased if he caught me speaking to your band any more than I have to. No offense, but I should really get back to work.
I am simply telling you, as the foremost leader of the Enclave, that I don't want you getting distracted.
Can you clarify what you mean by that?
You know exactly what I mean. Eyes down, know your place.
Well,
focus on your own problems. Organize your little craftspeople. Keep the wheels of civilized society greased. And don't dare to presume you know better than me.
If you have a problem with my performance, you are welcome to gather feedback from the people who elected me. They may have a clearer understanding of what I bring to the table.
We'll continue this conversation later.
You're the Axel, right? Arakim says you're a good person to know.
I am. My given name is Haroon, as Arakim said, but you may refer to me as Khan Arteme. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, despite the circumstances. And I wish they were better circumstances. The new Surgeborn threat requires us to realign our priorities. Some are a little slower on that than others.
If there's anything we can do to move things along, I'm at your disposal.
What about the supply shortage? I've seen her in combat. She's better than any of us.
What's her help look like? I'd prefer if she could avoid unleashing another apocalypse on us.
We have an amazing quartermaster. Offer an introduction.
We didn't bring a lot with us, but if there's anything we can provide to you, our quartermaster, Casmin, will be happy to help. A decade working the maiden shipping lanes turned her hard as Khan steel.
She sounds lovely. But unfortunately, we're supplying 10,000 people, not 7 weavers and their pack beast. And I doubt you'd have enough on your caravan to make much of a difference. Fortunately, there's a silver lining to your Surgeborn mess that could solve the problem.
Count me in.
Right. With the Surgeborn unleashed, we're anticipating casualties and damage to our facilities. However, there's a restricted area in the underworks that we lost access to decades ago when the Eye sealed it. The Institute. An arcane laboratory where the Enclave conducted its enchantment research, among other projects. inside the Institute lies a significant supply cache. Its contents will be enough to keep us going for the time being. If the notes the previous Axel left me are accurate, though, there's an additional complication.
There's a beast.
Of course.
The Surgeborn secure territory by building structures akin to insect hives. The Institute is likely overrun with them, and has been for 20-odd years.
So, the Surgeborn are a long-standing threat to the Enclave.
I wish I were old enough to remember what it was like to live without the fear of the Surgeborn. As a child, I sat awake every night worrying about them. They were terrifying. Knowing what I know now, I should have been even more scared.
I'm sorry you went through that. It must have been horrible.
Thank you.
All the more reason to actually do something about the problem, instead of spending our lives cowering behind the walls of our glorious fortress.
You'll hear no disagreement from me, now that the game board has been upended.
Sounds like I need to clear any Surgeborn hives from the Institute, then.
That'll thin them out enough that my scouts will be able to access the supply cache without much trouble.
Now that Asylum is lifted, we should be able to access the loom gates in the Institute again. I'm going to trust you with this key swatch. It's been gathering dust for over 25 years.
Only the Eye would let such a crucial resource sit there for that long.
Yes. If we're clear on everything, I'll get back to work. My list of obligations grows by the minute. Someone has to keep this goddamn fortress running.
Okay.
What's your history here? Have you been the Axel for a long time?
Why do you care?
You seem like someone who deliberately underplays her hand. I'd hate to play a game of Panjal against you.
All right. I'll take that as a compliment. I was elected to this seat 8 years ago. I've done a good enough job to be re-elected.
Seems busy. Finish up, Endeavor.
That all makes sense? Thanks for taking a moment to talk. All this wreckage scattered throughout the room. Why haven't you guys cleaned it up?
Khan Stanild ordered us not to.
And that's because he wants to keep it messy?
Correct. Speaking frankly, my impression is that he wanted any visitors to feel as if we were still in a major state of crisis. Though visitors are few and far between. Upper government officials only, all of whom are working from offices with roofs. We are the lucky few over here, it seems. What a privilege it is to work in a building that is open to the weather. I understand the motivation of wanting to wait until we'd found everyone a place to live, but we achieved that 20 years ago. Thousands of survivors rehomed. And yet, I still have to step over puddles to get to my desk.
Okay. The heart of innovation, the heart of innovation known as the Institute, is not accessible via the loom gate. But we're gonna go to the Southway station. And ladies and gentlemen, it's late. We've been playing now for 4 hours, so I'd like to continue, but I gotta sleep sometime. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. We're going to continue with this in a couple of hours. In about 6 or 7 hours, we're going to continue with the playthrough. And I hope you guys did enjoy the video. And if you do enjoy the content of this channel, please do consider subscribing. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys in the next episode. Take care.